Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. It is going to be a lazy, lazy day for us today. Which is why I'm not even really bothering with our main window for our just chatting. I'm just going to be chipping away at Adam while we hang out today. How are you, Frag? I am sleepy. Which is weird, because I even let myself sleep in today, but it was quite a chaotic morning for me. But how are you guys? I see that we have Q and we have Cactus here today. We have Snake here as well, but I have a feeling that maybe Snake might have been an accidental lurker. I have a feeling that Snake might have fallen asleep last night and never ended up leaving the stream. But there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. If I could nap on stream, I would. There are people that do that, and I don't know how to feel about it. Oh, wow. Hello, Cactus. So my day started off very chaotic. I woke up to hear the voice of a very loud man in my house that I did not recognize. And he was also on a phone call on speakerphone with a woman that I did not recognize. But it turns out it was a relative who had apparently come by to hang out with Mom for a while. But this day has been one of those, like, not necessarily anything that can go wrong will kind of days, but it just seems like anything that can go different will. I sat down to make my coffee, and I make instant coffee, so it's just a powder that you mix in with milk or water or whatever you choose to mix it with. And I had mixed it up with my creamer, and I was about to pour the milk in, and as soon as I tilted the jug, the smell hit me, and I realized all too late as the glug 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 milk poured into my cup that it was expired. So I ended up just pouring that straight out. Instead of starting my day with coffee and breakfast, I started with going to the grocery store. And my God, the seasonal mentality has infected every human being. It was crazy out there. Ended up being out for like 20 minutes trying to get milk. I've been obtaining more Switch games today. Glad to hear it. Are you in the doldrums? Doldrums. What does that mean? I feel like I've heard that phrase before. Doldrums, a state or period of stagnation or depression. I wouldn't say that just yet. The seasonal affective disorder has not quite taken root. It will eventually. And I'm hanging in there, trying to keep in good spirits. A lot of it has to do with routine for me, which streaming has honestly been the biggest help for. It's given me a really nice schedule to work with. We have a lot of time today, so I'm not in any rush. I will, however, go ahead and start chipping away at Adam some, because I don't know where we left off with him. He's kind of a hot mess right now, because if I show you over here his shape keys, which is what we were working on last time, the biggest problem with him is his mouth, which, I mean, that's besides just the things that come out of it. But when I originally sculpted him, his mouth was open up here in these back corners. And I had decided, because this was an issue with previous models, that I didn't really want to have his mouth be completely open like that at all times. So I took the back portion. If you look really close, you can see where it kind of cuts off. But I took this whole section here and kind of collapsed it into the corner of his mouth. So that's why when his mouth is closed, it just sort of disappears. And because of that, we were able to come up with a set of visemes for his mouth for when it's like that. But I think what we're going to have to do is come up with a couple different sets of visemes. And what I'm hoping that we can do, I've never done it this way before, but I'm hoping what we can do is have it so that one specific blend shape will control whether or not he is doing the big smile. Let's see. One will control if he's frowning, which I already found out a moment ago that the frown does not work with the ah shape because his teeth clip through the front here. We'll have to fix that. It does work as long as we don't have his teeth moving, though. Beth usually calls the case of the mullygrubs rather than being down in the doldrums. That's really cute. Sent screenshots of the games that I've gotten in show and tell. Let me go hop over there and take a look. I do apologize if I'm going to be a little bit less high energy today. I don't know. Like, Mom's sick today. She's not feeling good. She's very migrainey, headachy, nauseous, just sort of whatever that seasonal shift of our bodies adapting to the new weather. It's not like a disease or a virus or anything. It's just something that my family has historically always experienced. But I might be experiencing some of that to a more minor degree myself. Just kind of feeling, I don't know, like I'm slowed down. Things are a little bit extra heavy, you know? But I'm otherwise feeling fine. Hello, Exotic Rose Knockout. Did you ever decide on a name for that character you were working on? It looks like the frown does work with these visemes. So we've got set A of visemes, which I guess maybe I should make a name for. Hold on. No corners visemes. So these are all of the visemes that work for any of his expressions that do not use the corners of his mouth and the big smile. But that being said, I think that we also should have a secondary set for when he's got the big smile, and we'll just make that a toggle. Hopefully. I've never done that before, but I've wanted to learn, and this is a good opportunity. Looking at this games list of yours, Q, I started watching some gameplay of the new Kirby Air Riders game, and I found myself... Now, maybe this is just because this was after I had hit the vape, so I was already high, which is, you know, how I go to sleep at night. So I'm laying in bed watching it, and of course it feels very overstimulating because it's a video game and I'm trying to get sleepy. But I compared it to the original game and gameplay from the first Kirby Air Riders. And holy shit, there's not like a single second of this reboot version of the game that doesn't have just stuff everywhere. It's beyond overwhelming. Like, it's beautiful, but it's very, like, way overstimulating in my opinion. I caught myself staring at it being like, wow, I feel like, I don't know, this feels unhealthy. Like, it just kind of feels no different than, like, YouTube slop. Like, having YouTube slop on in the background while also listening to YouTube slop, like, on Spotify or something, and then also doom scrolling on your phone. Like, that kind of overwhelming. Man, I don't do that anymore. Boycotting YouTube was the best choice I ever made. Agreed. I keep catching myself all the time now, just like picking up my phone and looking at it for a second, and then I'll look at like my apps, because the only apps that I have at all at this point are pretty much just like X, Blue Sky, and Pinterest. So I'll open up X, realize it's X, and then immediately close it because I don't like using X. It's just out of habit. I'll open up Blue Sky and occasionally do a bit of scrolling. Pinterest is one that gets me pretty bad because I'll save ideas from that. Like, I have a huge folder for references of poses and stuff, but even then, like, I gotta catch myself and be like, nope, we're just looking for the sake of looking. We don't need this right now. Go do something better. I don't remember what these all were. I think that we were trying to adjust our mouth shapes. Because this is our wide open grin. Deleted YouTube from my phone, our tablet, the Roku. I don't do that. I don't hardly use social media. Twitch has shockingly had the opposite effect and has been good for my mental health. Yeah! I've definitely been probably planning on making that sort of shift myself soon. Not just for the YouTube part of things, but just as a whole. I'm tired of brain rot. I'm tired of watching stuff because it's just a habit, you know? And that goes for like TV and everything. Hey, Robipple. How's the modeling coming along? Good question. We only just started. Trying to remember where we left off with things. It doesn't help that I've got quite a bit of brain fog today, but we will get there. There is no push or hurry for anything right now. What we're trying to figure out at the moment is how we can preserve this great big smile of his and have it be a toggle to switch the Vi-seams. Fair enough. I figured out how to use drivers to make a rig that uses blend shapes. It's a lot of math. I believe it. That's really cool, though. This is going to be weird sounding, but food tastes better now because me and Pinky just sit and focus on our meal rather than having the attention split between food and watching. Yes! That's another big one. Picture of her is in the show and tell. Oh, let me go see. It does not appear to have sent yet. Speaking of food, I made some really fucking good noodles earlier today. What kind of noodles? All right, so we have an ah mouth shape for the big grin, but we don't really have one for the... We do have for the ooh, but we don't for the ch. The ch doesn't go down the rest of the way. So I think maybe what we need to do is take a little bit of our ah and a little bit of our ch. And then close our teeth more.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch! How's it going, Tot? I think what I want to do is use... I might make a new shape key. Or not shape key, a new vertex group. I don't think we need this anymore. Oh, wow. Hello, Pyro. Is the Dick Master coming along? He is being a bitch baby like always. But he's coming along. Oh, wow. That's a really cool picture, Rose. Doing fine, thanks for asking. I'll have to pull the teeth a little more forward on that one corner there. Otherwise, I think that's probably okay. I don't know if we actually need to go through with that. Hey! It would be nice if we could close the inner portion more, though. All right, we're going to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new vertex group. Call this whatever, literally, because we need to do some weight painting on it. We're going to take the entire head and assign it. We're going to tell the ah that we're working with here to only affect the vertex group that we just made. Oh, we should include the teeth in it. Interesting. Let's fix the teeth just a little bit here. We'll come back to that. Reason for this being, we want to control how much this is moving the rest of the face. And so for that, I think we really don't want it to affect the front part at all. And naturally, it is not going to behave. It's doing that thing again where it's going to mirror differently than it should. What's up with that? There we go. Oh, wow.
Fire_Roches_Flame can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, Ferocious Flame. What is it like being the master of dicks? I have a clear version. Let me glance over there to see. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I can really see the resemblance for Knockout now. Almost caught up on the manga that I forgot about. I've only got 8 chapters left. That's the problem with manga. Can just consume it as quickly as candy. Is that Adam? It sure is. He looks pretty fucked up right now, actually, but this is Adam from Hazbin Hotel. We are working on making a VRChat avatar of him. Right now I'm trying to fix up his facial animations so that he is going to look not weird and gross whenever he opens his big fat mouth. I don't know if people tell you this is enough. Oh, tell you this enough, so I will. Your work is always amazing, and I love the dedication that you put into anything that you strive to learn. Weh! Thank you, Todd. Abba! Y'all are gonna make me fucking cry. Of course, his big teeth are going to be in the way. I wish that I were faster at making models because every time I work on Adam, I just get overwhelmed with the feeling of how much I want to work on other characters too, to go with him. Thinking maybe I should do the bottom part too. This might not be the best decision. We'll see how it goes. Let's go ahead and hide his bottom teeth too. Wait! Wait! Uh-oh, why did that not go off? Hold on. Where are our alerts? They were just here. Wait. I'm sorry that the alerts didn't go off for that, though, but thank you, Todd, for cheering the 500 bits. The silent bits are the deadly ones. At least it still fell into Popple. It's a shame that the snowflakes turned out to be so hard to see. I should have made them white. Also, hi, T. Cruz. How are you guys today? Good question. How are you, chat? Maybe a black outline around them? Yeah, either that or just changing their color a little bit, because I didn't realize how close to the same blue as the background of the ball they were. I feel bad that I haven't really had the time to fix up these older pieces and parts of the stream, because we've actually circled around now, and this is the very first time that I'm starting to repeat things, because I've officially been streaming for over a year now. Why does Adam look like a fucking Garten of Banban character? Yeah, without his teeth, he's very Muppet-like. If anything, he looks kind of like the Welcome Home characters? Rosie was just telling me about those last night. I still don't really understand Welcome Home. Oh, what? Be careful when you put on physics. I made that mistake doing that. Oh yeah, don't worry, I've been prepared for it. Physics are actually one of my more favorite parts of making an avatar. Whoop. Isn't it just a sort of ARG? I think so, but I'm not clear on, like, how. Because supposedly, from what I understand, Welcome Home is some kind of ARG about, like, a lost puppet show, TV show of some sort. But the thing that I'm confused on is, A, are the puppets supposed to be living beings? Because I'm unclear on that. B, is it a kids show? Because some of the stuff that I was shown, and I don't know if this is just because of how it was being presented, if it was fan-made stuff, if it was canon or what, it doesn't seem like it would have been a kids show. Like, if you're trying to make a believable ARG and everything, like, I'm sorry, having this weird struggling gay relationship between these characters that are supposedly just Muppets. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I need someone to, like, sit down and actually explain in the lore to me, because I'm just getting, like, bits and pieces of it. Hey, Kirk. How are you today? I'm doing good. Just sleepy, that's the only problem. How are you doing, though? Hanging in there, I hope. It looks pretty okay. I'd like to retain a little bit more of the curl of the lip, though. We're gonna pull it out a bit more here. It's really this back part up here I want to steal from the ah shape. It's about an alleged old TV show that they found stuff for and made a website to showcase. And it looks like it's supposed to be a kid's show, but there's weird cult shit going on in the background. Like, it seems like there is a consciousness lurking in the code for the website or some shit. It's been a while since I kept up with it. Okay, that definitely would make more sense than what I was gathering from it. Doing okay. The last 12 hours have been something else, and got headaches as a result. Sorry to hear that, Kirk. I hope that you're finally able to get some time here just to rest and decompress and not be a part of any more chaos. We will do our best to provide that kind of an environment for you. Can't remember if the Muppet characters are supposed to be representative of actual people or not. See, here's my problem of going through Rosie. I love her to death, but unfortunately, Rosie's a bit prone to hearing parts of a thing that she likes and taking the ideas and just running with them, which isn't a bad thing. I fucking love that about her. But the problem is if she's doing that and has not actually done any like research on the thing, she's just wildly excited about this concept. So she'll bring it to me and be like, I love this thing. I love this thing so much. Look at this thing. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, that's cool. What is it? And then she can't answer because she didn't get that information beforehand. So trying to like, that's why we're playing Undertale right now, is because she has an entirely different idea of what Undertale or Deltarune is from what it really is, just because we've got more exposure to the fan creations of it than the actual canon stuff. So now we're actually learning what the canon parts are. But I have a feeling that the same thing may have happened with Sweet Home, or not what is it? Welcome Home? Whatever that one is. It's funny because like with FNAF, for example, I'd say I'm a fan, but in a very different part of the fandom than a lot of people, it feels. Yeah, big time. The FNAF fandom's a particularly weird one. Whoa, hold up. Is that all your... Okay, hold on, we gotta fix that. Adam, my dude. Okay, so we need less of you there. I just like having mysterious things to theorize about. See, that's why I like Poppy so much. Because Poppy, like, legitimately has a plot. It's got stuff that they went back and they retconned for the plot that they're trying to focus on. So I'm not sitting here like, hey, What the fuck is going on? Is this relevant? Is this involved with the plot? Or is this just some random shit that they left behind because no one actually knows the plot? Because that's my whole issue with FNAF. I got tired of theorizing when it turned out that, oh, hey, actually, we don't have a plot. We're just waiting for you guys to throw spaghetti at the wall, and we're going to take whatever you think sticks to make the next thing. Like, nah, that's just called pandering with extra steps. Sweet Home. I know a game called Sweet Home from Sweet Home and Resident Evil is a spiritual successor of that, from what I know. Also, I hear Stardew music. Yeah! So this is a playlist that Q made for us that we are listening to right now. With a bunch of winter video game music. And Stardew made its way onto the list. I think it's one of the big reasons I've still clung to Hazbin as well. I love the characters, love the concepts, and trying to make sense of the shit that seems to be happening is fun. Yeah! I definitely appreciate that aspect from Hazbin. The biggest issue that I find Hazbin running into oftentimes is the theories sometimes just get undermined by people who are just trying very hard to make sense of their ships to get their ships canon. But other than that, and that's every fandom, really. I mean, I won. Not only is Radio Silence canon, but it's canon, and you get the cuck chair. This was just like an overall win-win-win for you, Tot. You can tell I get distracted easily once I said, ooh, I hear Stardew music. Fucking same, though. Man, the Stardew music is so relaxing to listen to. Like, Concerned Ape did a really fantastic job just with that game as a whole. I gotta be careful talking about Stardew because we spent all day playing it yesterday. If I talk about it too much today, I'm gonna immediately want to go back to it. And with how lazy I am feeling today, oh boy, that is an easy temptation to give into. But no, Sweet Home, I had said that by mistake, but I actually did watch a show on Netflix. It's a Korean drama, but it's a really, really good one. It's in a similar vein of, I'd say, Resident Evil and Silent Hill. But it's some kind of sickness breaking out in this Korean residence island. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the limits to it are. But it's this disease that's broken out, and it's causing people to mutate into these strange eldritch creatures over time. Really fucking cool. They did an amazing job with it, too. The live action parts, they used a lot of practical effects combined with CGI to make the monsters. And the acting overall is just really good. I enjoyed it. It was apparently based on some kind of web series, but I've never read it. See, I'm not usually that attached to, like, a ship being canon. I love Radio Apple, but would be perfectly happy if they just hated each other for the rest of the series. But wanting Radio Silence to be canon is in some capacity was like, that was more just like, if it's not canon, then they're fucking with us because there are too many hints. Nah, ever since season 2 came out, almost every day I'm finding new things that are being pointed out to me that I didn't see the first pass. And it's crazy just how much they were foreshadowing. It's weird that Concerned Ape is from the same state I live in. Weird is certainly a word you could choose to describe it. If anything, though, I would pick inspiring. Because if someone like that can come from somewhere like where you are, it means that you can do just the same. There's so much, and the voice actors kept playing into it. It wasn't helping. There was no way it wasn't canon. Well, hello there. What do you call a line of men waiting to get haircuts? A barbecue. Hello, Interstellar Desk Plant. How have you been? Gotta go back to work doing art. All right, Exotic Rose. It was good to see you. I'm glad you were able to stop by for a little bit and share some of your art with us. Thank you. And again, to anyone who might not be super clear on what I'm doing right now, I am blending 2 of our shape keys together and using a weighted vertex group to determine how much of one shape is going to be in one area versus the other shape. So we've got the open mouth ah sound right here and the open mouth ch sound right here. We are combining both of them to try and create a bigger open mouth ch sound, because currently we don't have one. Doing okay. I saw that there are watch parties coming up. Yeah! So we are going to be doing our movie nights again like we did back in October. It'll be me, Rosie, and Spooka. I will be hosting the first one tomorrow night. That one will be exclusive to our Discord server, not VRChat. We can try and do it through VRChat, but it's going to be a bit of a trouble to do that based on how we'll be streaming it this time. But we will work things out. And then after, next Friday will be hosted by Rosie. Is it next? Yes, so next Friday will be hosted by Rosie, and next Saturday and or Sunday, I'm not sure if we're going to be doing it throughout the whole weekend or just on Sunday, Spooka will be hosting the Hogfather screening. And then from there, Rosie also will be hosting either Krampus or Violent Night. And then we have a community vote that we have going on in the Discord right now, if you would like to suggest a movie over there. Once we have enough suggestions, we'll do a poll for everybody to vote what movie they would like to watch. Actually, I'm looking at all of this, and I think we got a little excited. We might have one extra movie than we need. Where did she post the announcement for that? Hold on. It's the 5th, the 12th, the 19th. I'm sorry, the 5th, the 12th, the 14th, the 19th, and the 26th. Yeah, no, we did mess this up. There's one of these should have the community. Maybe we'll do that on like Saturday or Sunday of the following weekend. We'll figure it out. I'm not overly concerned with it. Hey, Ninji. The 6th, 7th. No. I'm too old for the 6-7 meme. That's like one of the big things this year now for the 3D printing community is ornaments that say 6-7 or that transform in a way that say 6-7. I see this stuff and I think, you know, how are we going to explain this down the line? Like humanity just got obsessed with the number 6-7 for no fucking reason at all. I'm not, and I've got a decade on you. Yeah, but you've also got, like, the dad humor going for you now. That's what that decade is a luxury for you, because you can get away with it now. You get to do the, like, the version of it that causes everyone else in the room to groan. Looking up the TV show of Sweet Home, apparently the show and the game are the same fucking media and are both based off of the Japanese movie Sweet Home from 1989. But the biggest difference is the TV show was handed to to a South Korean production company and changed the setting and location. Oh, that's cool. I had no idea that it was part of something bigger than that. I thought it was just like a one-shot thing. I will say it was a damn good series. I really enjoyed it. The second half, like towards the ending portion, I will say got very, very weird. I feel like the ending maybe wasn't the best. But I did really like it. I liked it more than half of all the way through. I'm literally old enough to be the parent of adult children now. Didn't even know it was a thing until I was just saying a sentence that included 6-7 and something, and Mort was like, "Did you just 6-7 me?" And I was so confused. Wait, it's a thing to do at people? It's a verb now? I knew about the movie and game, but not a show. Yeah, the show's the only one I knew about. It was available on Netflix for a while. It's literally just 6, 7, like from SpongeBob, where they go, do you know what is funnier than 24, 25? Don't know if it's been discussed yet, but Sweet Home was the main inspiration for Resident Evil. It's that old? What the fuck? Yeah, but the SpongeBob one has like a lead up to the nonsense. That's the part that threw me off. But then I had to recognize, like, remember when we were in high school, Tot, and we were doing things like, do you remember that one game that we played with the cards that you couldn't say the rules of it? You just had to watch people play until you understood, and then you would join in. And that was part of the game. I fucking hated that game. All right, better example. The game. You just lost the game. All of you. Every single one of you. It's no different. Same brain cell. Frag, no, I was almost a decade clean. Ninja and I over here wreaking havoc. Also, hold on, just letting you guys know, our ads are going to play any moment now. So to remind you, they will play for 3 minutes once every hour, so we can have the rest of that hour uninterrupted. Screaming, crying, throwing up, and punching the wall. People tell me it's no different than 6-9, but 6-9 is the funny number for a reason. I don't understand where 6-7 came from. That's the part I'm kind of lost on. I don't know the origin. I thought probably it was some kind of like football or sports thing. Just because it seemed to be more popular with the sports crowd. But I don't know. We need someone who's more chronically online than me to explain it. What's going on? I spaced out wondering what the fuck is going to happen next week. Uh-oh. Hold on. I think I missed a message from UQ. Caught up on the manga, and it looks like with the manga schedule, I won't have another chapter to devour until next week. Ah. I need like the why 6-7 should be funny other than we are forcing it to be funny. One said it came from a rap. One said it was a TikTok of a kid screaming it at random. Surely Google knows? I don't know what these days. Google doesn't seem to know a whole lot anymore. Apparently it's a combination of all of those things. It's in a song that kept getting used on TikTok. Then there was a viral video of something saying it during a basketball game. I don't use TikTok, so I had no way of knowing what the new brain rot among the 12-year-olds was. See, that's the thing. I forced myself to stop using TikTok a while ago, and I still, every once in a blue moon, I might open it up to just see a funny bird or cat video if I'm like on the toilet. But otherwise, I won't touch the app. I won't go investigating. I won't go looking for brain rot because I just don't fucking need it, man. But like you, because of that, I tend to miss out on quite a bit of the trends. Adam, what the hell is happening with this part of your lip here? Should we just ignore that? Frag uses TikTok while on the toilet. That is the most opportune place to use TikTok. I'm only gonna be there for like, I don't know, 5 minutes at most. Permission to bitch about Twitch for a moment? Please do. Go off. To me, it's just the same shit as like Instagram or YouTube shorts. See, that's the thing. So Instagram shorts and YouTube shorts are literally just TikToks. They're taken from TikTok and uploaded to Instagram and YouTube. So instead of me splitting my attention between YouTube and Instagram and TikTok, it's easier for me to just glance at TikTok for a minute or two when I decide I have 5 minutes to kill than it is for me to be like, oh, I know, I'm going to go down this secondhand rabbit hole of other stuff that is also integrated into other attention snagging things. It drives me crazy, man. Miss out? Yeah, I don't think that we're missing anything, really. Yeah, true. See, I don't have FOMO. I don't have fear of missing out. I have phobia, fear of being included. Leave me alone. Frag, what would you consider to be your comfort food? Man, it really depends. It does, because if I'm sick, I have a different comfort food than if I'm just like feeling depressed or sad or something like that. Friend of my roomie in one of their streams. I found out about it from a friend of my roomie. Speaking of Resident Evil, I was going to stream Resident Evil 5 today, but I don't feel like it today because I have a headache. This is like, I don't know, was there like a solar flare? Is Mercury in retrograde? Because it seems like everyone is just like fighting the ick today. Not sickness ick, just headachy, groggy. I think it's the season change. Only thing I can tell that I miss out on is drama and leaks and shit takes on adult cartoons from minors. None of which I lament missing. Okay, so to have redeemable points, I would have to accept the affiliate offer from Twitch. The issue is that I am going to be trying for disability, and even though it would be fractions of pennies from ads, I don't want to do anything that they could use against me if I got to fight them denying me. But now I'm angry because I'm like, I don't want your pennies. I want cute stuff for peeps to redeem. That is a valid thing to be stressed over. Though I will say, the money that I make from affiliate, literally pennies. It's through other means that I'm able to make any kind of additional or like payment, money, income, whatever you want to call it. So extensions and being involved with other things, selling things through Ko-fi, that's where most of any income from doing this comes from for me. In fact, I can check right now and tell you exactly how much I was able to make in ad revenue last month. Let's see. Now, granted, I am also running as minimal ads as I can. You can be absurd with it now. They've changed it since I started a year ago. Hold on, let me look, because it's actually kind of funny how ridiculous they've made this. So right now, you guys are getting 3 minutes of ads per hour. That is the bare minimum for me to be making any kind of income off of the ads. For a potential revenue increase, I would have to bump that up to 5 minutes of ads. And that's just a potential increase. I can increase it all the way to 22 minutes and 30 seconds of ads per hour. That would be a 3-minute ad break every 8 minutes. That's absurd. As for the total amount of money that I have made off of ads between right now and November 5th, I made a grand total of $5. So there you go for that. Granted, I'm not a very large streamer or anything. That's just giving you an idea of how this tends to work out. They don't give us much. All right, let me get caught up on what you guys were saying here. Finally managed to stop using Instagram. Only social media I look at frequently is Reddit now, which feels better because at least there are longer posts and videos, and it's not as much doom scrolling for me. Good. Doom scrolling is really the big kicker. Hate that you can't disable ads. No, for real, it's the worst. There are third-party channel points that you can use. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, but I don't want them to be like, oh, look, you can work. Yeah, you can work if work consists of literally standing in front of a microphone for how many hours do I stream a month? Or a month? Actually, can I check that? I probably can check that somewhere. But I stream 3 days a week, 6 hours a stream, so 18 hours. $5 for 18 hours of work? Is that really even going to be considered work? I mean, they'll use any excuse they can, so I get you. I feel what you're saying. don't even stream, but I hear the same thing from pretty much every streamer. They get hardly anything from ads, and all it does is make it off-putting to new viewers. Not using it myself yet, but there's a German streamer friend who uses it for sound redeems and stuff. It's managed through a bot like Stream Elements or something. You'd have to Google which one it is exactly, but it certainly works. Thank you for sharing that, Interstellar. I had no idea that something like that existed. Hey, Sleepy. Good, just cut my finger opening a Ninja Turtle toy. Oh. Pretty much only use Blue Sky, and it's nice because I pretty much only see art and interesting discussions. That's what I like about Blue Sky. I feel like it's not as big as the other platforms, so it does kind of suck when it comes to trying to, like, have a better outreach. But at the same time, it's not as big as other platforms, so it's not got the same garbage to the same level as a lot of the other ones do. And it's not so oversaturated that literally nothing you do gets seen by anybody. Sitting even, who be out here standing with a crunchy-ass spine like mine? Mood! I got Galaxia Meta Knight Sword with the Ultra Sword. I got the fish! Clamshell packages are dangerous. I cut my hand on the packaging of a box cutter not long ago. I was like, wow, that was more dangerous than the cutter. Yeah. A lot of the toy companies and stuff that I remember buying from in the past have switched over now from the plastic to just cardboard. And I see that that is a good thing in terms of, like, not polluting, but at the same time, like, I can't fucking see the thing inside. How do I even know it's there? Like, I know Hasbro, and as soon as they started putting toys inside of just straight cardboard box with no ability to see what they look like inside, immediately I was like, I'm done. I ain't buying another thing from them. Because I know Hasbro. I know they cut corners. They cannot be faithful to keeping a quality product. If they can hide that shit behind a fucking wall that you don't see something's wrong with it until it's too late and you're already home, they will. That and assholes keep leaving Blue Sky because the block function actually works, so they can't harass people so they get bored. Yeah, that's nice. It is very nice to have a functional block.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Cactus. Hold on, I gotta reassign the teeth on this because for some reason they got a little fucky wucky. There we go. Sadly, it is not as big and it relies on people reposting things, which is why I won't apologize for the has-been spam that happens when I start scrolling. You will see the Alistair art I like. Posture check and a big stretch. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I definitely needed that. That felt good. Maybe we don't want the teeth open here. What if we remove them? What goes wrong when we do that? Nothing. That's good. So this would be our ch face. Something feels... I feel like we need to push this inwards a bit more. Always happy to share stuff. At least sometimes I know a useful thing or two. That is very good. But also remember, you're worth more than how useful you can be to others. You don't need to be useful to be deserving of that. Just in case no one has told you that recently.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
No, we have not. Let's make a new save, because we haven't done that at all today. New Vicemes. Thank you, Rin. Also, hi, Rin! How have you been? I heard you guys got a new couch and the kitties love it. Doing okay, how are you? And yes, it's so nice. I'm doing pretty good too. I've had my door closed, not completely, but I'm surprised that neither of the cats or the dog have bothered to barge in and come check on me. They're being spoiled right now because they're sleeping in Grammy's bed. My mom's bed. She's got the heated blanket on and everything. They are all in there with the snuggles. For some reason, it feels like all the Radio Apple artists are sticking to Blue Sky, but if you want other stuff like Radio Static, many of those artists are staying on Twitter. That's so weird. Oh, you know what? I said that, and immediately Boko just barged in the door. Hi, buddy. Good to see you. I haven't seen you at all yet today. Welcome back, Ninji. I hope it has stopped finally. God, Frag, speaking of saving, guess whose art program lied and said it saved the work of... Oh, on the Tailmaw avatar, guess whose autosave took a shit? No! Oh no, how much did you lose? I'm thinking we're going to keep this at about this level, and then we'll go in and manually adjust. I want to make sure that no other parts of it are bending weird or crimping or... Alright, let's just make a new shape key from this. Except for that. That looks weird. Hold on. Is that your gums? It is. Gotta hide those teeth again. Ooh. No. We want to try and keep these lined up to the lip as much as possible. Because if they are not, they're going to try and slide back really far. And that's what causes that weird gap. There we go. We want more of this showing, because this is actually the edge of his mouth. It shows kind of like where his mouth even is, since everything else disappears. That'll probably be okay. Yeah, that looks much better. Don't really love this corner of the lip here, but it's okay. Somehow not hemophiliac, according to doctors, just a bleeder. Okay, hold on. So the last time that I went to an ER, they had to put the little thing in my arm, the like IV line. Todd's gonna correct me on all of the correct wordage for how this stuff goes, but they tried to put it in like the crook of the elbow or whatever, the inner elbow, because I was too scared to have it in my hand. I have a thing with anything that goes under the skin. It used to be a thing with needles, but now I've realized it's just things that burrow under the skin. I do not like them. It's just like parasites or something. Ick. But I'm not good with that, and I'm not the best with seeing blood gush. Specifically out of like a wound. So when she came in, and I was already kind of out of it, because again, it was an ER trip. I was not in good shape. And she's like, okay, I'm going to put the ER, or I'm going to pull the IV line out now. Because we're going to try and like dismiss you and whatnot, because everything, they gave me whatever I needed and they were trying to get me out of there. And she goes, I told her, like, please, you know, be mindful. Don't describe it. Don't tell me anything. I'm going to look away and you just do what you need to do. And the first fucking thing she does, she pulls it out and she goes, oh, huh. Well, you're a little bit of a bleeder, huh? And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? What do you mean I'm a bleeder? So I'm not looking. And she goes, it's all right. It's all right. I'm going to have to clean this up. And I'm sitting here like, oh my God, what do you mean you're going to have to clean this up? How much have I bled? What happened? I don't want to look, but what happened? Don't describe it. Don't tell me. Don't answer it. But apparently when she took it out, it just went everywhere. And when I looked over finally, it did look like a crime scene. It was awful. A good portion of chunking into different layers and some refining, adding of fur, as well as pose corrections. Oh, I'm glad you didn't lose the whole thing, but that still bites. Craig, can you explain to me, like I'm 5, why Adam here looks like he has clown makeup on? Okay, yes, I can actually. So the reason why he looks like a thermal camera right now, and he just got done eating ice cream, is because what you're looking at is a vertex group. That's this thing up here. So for every vertex group, they store data. And if we go into his mesh here and I just click on one of these random verts, we know that this vert has data stored to it based off of this information here. And so it tells me that this vert is carrying information for a vertex group called head, a vertex group called right face, a vertex group called mouth corners, a vertex group called mouth corners copy, all teeth, ch, and whatever. And most of these are throwaway vertex groups, which is what we're working on right now. We are currently working on whatever, because it just doesn't matter what this one does. We're going to delete it once it's done. So on the mouth open shape key, which a shape key also holds data, it holds position data. So if I take this vert and I am on the mouth and I pull it over here, it's going to store that data. And it says that vert belongs here when this is active. So if I go to a different one, it didn't retain that information because that has different movement data. What the vertex groups do is they hold how much percentage-wise these verts can be affected. So when we have this whatever vertex group and it looks like this weird clown makeup, everything that is red is set to a percentage of 100. Everything that is dark blue is set to a percentage of 0. And all of these rainbows in between are various other degrees of percentage. So this green is actually at a weight of 0.412, so about 41%. Now, normally that would be used to tell your bones what percentage of each vert they have control over. And that's how you can tell, like, when an elbow bends and it stretches and flexes and parts are moving, that's all weight painting data that is telling it, these verts, that this bone controls this percentage of the movement of that. But because these don't have bones, these are purely just coordinates, we wanted to combine two of them. So we wanted to combine this one, the mouth shape, which if you look at him, you can see we've got our corners of the mouth back here parted open. His teeth are open. We wanted to combine it with the ch face, which is a different shape key here. And so in doing so, we have taken the whatever vertex group and told it, we want you to be completely in control of this shape. So this is going to only affect whatever the percentage of data is on that vertex group is going to affect this shape. But because we've got this part turned off, all of the teeth and around the front part of the lips is set to 0. So all of this is going to become active except for the blue parts, because it's not controlling those. It's deliberately, we've created a mask to tell it, you don't touch this part. When you become active, you only become active everywhere that's any percentage other than 0. And that's how it knows now, okay, I'm going to become active, but I'm also going to ignore activating on these spots, so that when we combine the two shapes, the ch is combining those that are empty, and the is combining only the parts that are set to active. And that's how I can steal the parts that I want from one shape and the part from another shape, and then once I'm ready, which I think we are, I can just hit this new shape from mix. And once we do that, now we can turn both of these off completely. We can delete the vertex group because we don't need it anymore. And we go down to this new shape key. Oh, hold on. Let me get out of weight painting mode. But now we go to this new shape key and it should retain the information from that pose. So now we don't need either one. These two are set to 0. And we've managed to replicate what we wanted out of them and make a whole new shape for it. So now we don't need that vertex group. We don't need any of that stuff. So things like the right side of the face. I go back into weight painting mode. We used, whoa. Why are your lips missing? No, it doesn't matter now. We don't need these anymore either. But they are just this side of the face. And we use that to isolate the blink, so that when he closed his eyes, we could set it so that only the left or the right side was being affected. And that's how we were able to get the split blink to individually use each eye. Pinky and I believe we found a name for him, or rather them. What's up? What'd you guys decide on? Frog Blink, let's go. I will have to create a Frog Blink animation for him. Don't let me forget to do that, y'all. Now, we did all of that. I did not double check that we were ready, so I'm going to undo. But I think we are pretty much ready for it. Mostly just want to make sure that these upper parts are lining up as they should. Okay, yep, we're going to go forward with all that. Now, these are all kind of a hot mess. Like, we have 2 oohs down here from when we were trying to make a new ooh. They're pretty much going to be the same, but I don't know which one we decided on. We have a different ooh up here, which is probably the one that we decided on. But this is our new ch. I want to fix this part of the edge here. I'm undecided on what part I want to move. I'm going to hide the bottom teeth. Just until I can make sure that this all looks how I want it to. Also, don't ever feel bad for asking questions like that. I like to be able to explain this stuff, because not only does it help me remember what I'm doing and how to go about doing it, but it is helping you guys learn as well. Because it can definitely be a difficult thing to learn. I hope that he's mirroring everything right. Goodbye, teeth. I'm excited to see this avatar in-game when he's all done. Me too. I'll tell you one thing, though. I am terrified to get to the Unity part of his work because the VRChat SDK has been updated, which means I don't know shit about fuck. This one's going to take a bit of manual reconstruction. Adam, can you tell me what the fuck happened here, buddy? Okay, well, I guess we'll just fix that in post. All right. So here's another good example for using vertex groups for fixing shape keys. So when we combined, compound, the past tense of combined, our ah and our ch, we had the small problem of, at some point, this got moved. So we need to fix that. I guess... what the fuck happened? Well, we can fix it regardless. We're going to create a new vertex group, again, just like before. Name this doesn't matter. We're going to take all of our face and assign our teeth as well. Now, we are going to tell our new key that we just made to only affect the new vertex group we just made. And bada bing, bada boom. It got rid of everything that it was affecting that it shouldn't have, that we fucked up down here. So now we'll just tell it to make a new shape from mix. Actually, we should make sure that everything else is turned off first. Okay, this is the only one that's active. So new shape from mix. We will delete the original and push this one right back up to where it was. So that is now our ch, our new ch anyway. That was our old ch. And our ooh. I don't know what we can do with the ooh, if we have to change that at all. What if we... Hold on. Let's play with this. We need our ah mouth open, but we also need it closed. But not in the same way as we closed it before. I think we have an older mouth shape we can use. If we revert it. So closed, reverted. There we go. I knew we had made one somewhere. So mouth closed. And then we go activate our ooh. Okay, hold on. Something's a little bit iffy. We can kind of work with this. Again, I think we are going to need another trick using vertex groups. Because we want the mouth closed, but not like this. We want it closed more like the natural resting face. So let's use this closed mouth, revert the cheek area using a vertex group. All but corner. We explicitly want to mark which ones it ends at. Hide our teeth again. Okay. So we have removed the ability of this shape's ability to control the corners of the mouth here when it's open. Because what we want, I think... Sorry, there's a lot of thinking that I have to do as I go. Because we want to close the front of the mouth and not affect anything outside of that. So basically everything after the triangle. All right, remove. Good. That's exactly what we want. Do it on the other side. Okay. So now we've got this, which has no longer got the ability to affect the corners of the mouth. Why did we do that? Come on, brain. Reboot. Why did we want to close the mouth? Did we want the opposite of this? I don't remember. Can I select? Hold on. I think I'm getting the thought back. We're going to make another new shape, or a new vertex group. Just the corner. All right, now we want this one to be just the corner. Okay. Something funky's happening. We will tell you not to affect the corner. Okay. We are on to something here. I have munched a lunch, and now I shall be arting alongside you. Hell yeah! The truest workout. Art. Okay, I think we want a weird hybridization of this. Yes, now we want to do just the corners on the back part. Oh yeah, that's fucking sexy. Aside from like this little section here, this is I think exactly what I wanted. All right, we're gonna make a new shape from that. So that one took several shape keys to make. If you didn't catch up on that, I'll go through it again real quick. So we needed to isolate several parts of several different shapes. So the open mouth, open teeth, everything, we set that one to only affect the corners of the mouth. So there we go, we undo that. The ooh, we told it everything but the corner. Now there's that. For the closed mouth, we told it to only affect the corners of the mouth. I think that was all of them. So now we can turn everything off. And we have our newest shape, which should just be the big smile ooh. We're going to fix that corner now. Oh, no. Probably shouldn't have let it be so smooshed like that, but that's okay. Grin. Grin. Ooh, grin. After my pen charges. No, you. While I wait more Bobby Socks lore. We've decided that they often refer to each other individually as Bobby or Socks when speaking amongst themselves or referring to each other in a sentence. However, they dislike when other people do this and prefer that they are always referred to together as Bobby Socks. I love that! Man, I am such a sucker for symbiotic creatures. That's like a super niche that I feel has not been met. Oh, we've got another round of ads coming up in about a minute here. Ooh, no. Adam, don't. All right, now that we've got this set of visemes, We already had our first one, no corner vice seams. We're going to make a new section. I don't know if this is going to go above or below the previous ones, so this will be the grin vice seams. Greg, how is the playlist compared to yesterday since we're on shuffle today? It's been good. You did a really, really good job at combining a bunch of different songs that work really well together. Thank you so much for that, Q. Did I say the ads were about to start? I hope so, because they're here now. Sorry. I have to do everything in this house. Pinky did say he loved how much it reminded him of Eddie and Venom. Yeah! They're like my favorite superhero anything. I'm not a big superhero anything kind of person, but I am a huge sucker for Eddie and Brock. Or Eddie and Venom. Brock is also a different Venom. I think? Or is that his last name? I don't fucking remember. All I know is that we got treated to a super caked up Venom from the Marvel's skin that was just released. All right, let's get this second round of vice seams up. Wait, do I want to mess around with the corners of the mouth? How does this look halfway? Oh, I see. All right. Well, no time like the present. Cats. Vice seams. We want ah with a grin. O with the grin. And ch with the grin. And create. And it did indeed put those... Oh. Okay, undo that, because it deleted all of our previous vice seams. So we're going to put a 1 after all of them. Because they do need to be named this specific name for a reason. And we just have to decide which one of these two sets we want to be our default vice seams. If we're lucky, we won't need to have 2 different sets. Because I think I'm doing this right. All right. Let's try that again. Grin. Ooh, grin. Grin. And it did not delete our vice seams this time. All right, Adam. Let's see how this looks. What do you mean? Adam, that's incorrect. Grin. Ooh, grin. Grin. There we go. Okay. I don't know why he was putting up a fight for that. All right, let's see how all of these look. Ch, d, I, We'll need to change that one. Wait a minute. What the hell's happening there? Again with that weird glitch. Why is that happening on this one? Oh, Adam. Which one of you is broken? You. Wonder what the hell I'm doing wrong that keeps causing that issue to come up. Ah. Ch. D. E. Oh. I. K. N. We'll fix his tongue for that. Oh. Hello? What the? Okay. Yeah, not the worst. Ooh. P. Doesn't hardly move. Sil doesn't hardly move. S. And th. Again, we will move the tongue for that. Now we test with the frown active.
Did you remember to save
Oh, wow.
all of your
If you become lightheaded from
files?
thirst,
Hello,
feel free
Snake.
to pass out.
Thank you, baby.
We got a boomer!
We have a love
This
bomb, the
is art.
signature love
You will
bomb
hear a
of
buzzer.
Snake.
When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you so much, Snake. How are you today? I have a feeling that everything's going to get botched with the frown. Because that changes the entire mouth shape. Yeah, so these definitely don't work with the frown. But our second set does not. Hold on, I've got the wrong frown active. There we go. So obviously this is not going to work because of the corners of the mouth. But that is why we have our second set of iseams to hopefully combat that. Hoi, how is the raptor? The raptor's doing pretty good. Eepy. Eat being lazy. It's one of those seasonal days where it just feels cold and yucky out, and we just kind of want to take a nap or curl up with a heated blanket and do nothing. Do these work? No, not those. Do these? They sure don't. All right. Well, we'll save here. I'm also good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Let's play around with his eye shapes a bit more. We have our first blink. I wasn't really happy with that one because of the way the corners of the eyes moved. We had a second one where it was a little smoother. And this one we had to start kind of tricking the camera a little bit with how he moved. I kind of want to recreate this sort of shape with like the squintier eye. Oh, wow. Hello, Void. Hello, Silverwing. Good to see you both. We're doing some more work on Adam. How are you guys doing? Admittedly, my brain fog is catching up to me a bit too fast. I think we could probably get away with the half-lidded eyes as our base shape. So let's start with that one. I'm going to go ahead and just make a copy of it. And I think we can just kind of mess with this shape a little bit. Or not. I forgot that everything was being slid all at once, and it doesn't want to do that. Soup. Cannot sleep, so I have to boop someone. That's the weird part. This whole month has been such a back and forth of, I'm tired, I want to do nothing but sleep. And I'm tired, why can I not sleep? Came in on just the right song. Yeah, you did. Don't worry, Q made sure that this playlist had plenty of Sonic stuff in it. I'm a bit torn because I feel like I know it was a really convoluted way that we were doing this before. How goes the Adaming? Adam is looking so damn good. I see you. I lurk you. I have an amazing stream while I send this RV to a totally safe swamp joyride. Lil Bolt says, "Weh." In case you guys weren't aware, Kevin is currently streaming as well. He is playing RV There Yet, which looks really fun. And if you are familiar with Kevin's chaos, I'm sure it will be quite the adventure. Thank you so much for the lurk, Kevin. As for me, Adam is going well, proving to be the problem child he's always been. I think I'm not ready to do this. Meaning I want to close, like I want to take all of these. I don't know. I want to do something different than what it's letting me do right now. I need to isolate that one. Wow. Cheering for both of you. Thank you, Kat. one on Tuesday had one Sonic song, and I was not gonna let that that slander slide. I have unstinkied. Congratulations, Tot. I'm very happy for your unstinkification. No, stop that. Why is there a Skyrim soundtrack? I don't know. Our music is entirely at the mercy of Q today. We're getting closer to that eye. I want to push the bottom lids up. Oops. No magnet. Did you saw season 2 of Hazbin Hotel? Yes! I really enjoyed it. And it's been long enough now that I don't mind talking about it. But if you have not seen it, please be aware there might be spoilers in the conversation. Is there a problem with the Skyrim soundtrack? Skyrim is the frozen north of Tamriel? Tamriel? So it makes sense to put some on a winter playlist. Absolutely no problem. Just what I expected in... Not what I expected in a FragRaptor stream. Completely valid. I have never played Skyrim a day in my life. The only thing I know about Skyrim is through memes. I saw it. Don't want to spoiler someone. I mean, you're free to talk about it here. I'm pretty sure all of us have seen it. And anyone who has not seen it has not really bothered to be vocal. I have not seen, probably not going to see, spoil away. What do you think about Vox? I began to hate him at season 2. Hey, every streamer has different policies on stuff like that. My rule when I'm live is no spoiling new media until it's been out for a month. How long has it been out? Hazbin Hotel Season 2 release. October 29th. So it's December 4th. So I'd say it's been long enough that we can chat about it now. Finale was on the 19th. Oh, that's right. Okay, hold on. So it's been 2 weeks. We can talk about general things. We don't have to give away major spoilers. I don't know, man. Somehow I accidentally spoiled Pinky on the OG Star Wars trilogy. Somehow, some way, he had managed to just not get the memo that Vader was Luke's father? How? How did he not find that out? Man, that really is the Snape killed Dumbledore one. Like, wait, Snape killed Dumbledore? Don't even, Ziggy. Big twist with Alistair's deal was spoiled for me because someone told me not to read someone else's AU Alistair backstory too closely after I had already read it. Oh no, yeah, that's right. You just can't have a fandom this big without people being able to inevitably accidentally predict what's going to happen just because it's like the monkeys at a typewriter thing. I think Hell of a Boss plays in the future from Hazbin Hotel. I don't know if it's in the future or not. It's hard to tell where it places. I actually didn't know Harry Potter just hasn't been that big in my circles. That's okay. We don't support Harry Potter regardless. I'm not even gonna lie, I was a little bit hesitant to even make the joke. Just because I know how hard a lot of people are actively trying to phase Harry Potter out of existence. I don't partake in much from Hazbin, but there was this one AU on Instagram that explores angel dust making it to heaven after Pentious and the Egg Boys, and gosh, I love reading that. Never gonna touch the franchise anyway, so nothing lost from knowing. And I'll be honest, I don't even remember what, like, the big deal was about it. I don't know why Dumbledore died in the first place. Maybe I was too young. I didn't really understand the drama. When I was a kid, I was interested in Harry Potter because I liked the idea of magic. But then it started getting all like, oh, there's a war, and the non-magical people and the magical people hate each other, and oh no, it's kind of like racism. Wow, how fun. How fun to have racism in this tale about magic. Like, nah, man, if I wanted to see and hear stories about racism, I'd just keep reading the shit they had us reading in high school.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Oh, wow. Hello, Rosie. Thank you for the reminder to save. We're just about ready to
If
do
you
that.
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And for the hydrate. It was so cute. They explored Molly and gave Alistair an aunt who was an angel, and it was cool. I want to know more about Molly. If we go off what we know about some characters, for example, Vaggie apparently dying in 2014, and if we take into consideration average military training time and the 7 years of extermination, then it would place it around our time. Was it confirmed that the extermination angels are, like, humans? Like, dead people? Because I was still kind of under the impression that the extermination angels were made explicitly for the army, and that's why they all look the same. I don't actually know. I have not done any digging into the series. I could never get into Harry Potter. There was a girl who bullied me on the bus in grade school who was super into it, and that's been my association long before all the nonsense today. Man, I get that. I like the Easter egg about the Vox's pet Shockwave. You can only know it if you watch the subtitles. Here's the thing. I don't think the Exorcists are heavenborn. I'm not convinced that the Exorcists were winners. I don't think it's been confirmed. And I've checked out. Sorry, Ziggy. I do think that the Exorcists are heavenborn. That's what I want to know more about. I really like that element of Hell of a Boss. I think that's been the more interesting part of Hell of a Boss to me, but we've drifted so far from it now. Because it's just kind of been the Blitz and Stolas show. But I want to know more about the natural creatures of heaven and hell. I think that that's a really cool thing to explore. Also, I think this squinty face might be good. I like that. Squint. And now, naturally, we have to do the right and left side, but we have to fix one of our vertex groups because something happened with one of them. Okay. Wih! Wih! You know, out of all of the places that I could be stuck with Adam, I feel like being in the ball pit with him is not where I want to be. We've had 1 year since Sinsmas. Hope season 3 of Hell of a Boss will come soon. I hope so. I'm really excited for all the different indie animation shows that we've got right now. We've got Hell of a Boss, we've got Hazbin Hotel, we've got The Amazing Digital Circus, Knights of Guinevere, The Gaslight District. And God knows a bunch of other shit I probably can't even remember right now. Remembering a city builder game called Afterlife, speaking of heaven and hell. That sounds kind of like a Sims city, but for heaven and hell. Is that what that is? That sounds really cool. Ugh. You have to choose a Star Trek series. Which one would you choose? My favorite is Star Trek Voyager. So I don't know anything about Star Trek. I know very little about Star Wars. Between the two, I was a Star Wars fan more as a kid, but I was into neither of them. So I am very unaware. Don't have anything against them, aside from, you know, the things that I have against all of Disney-owned everything right now, which is, I just don't like how much it's been turned into for-profit everything. But that has nothing to do with the original things. You have to use different design philosophies for each. Heaven, you want short roads where everything is convenient to reach, for one thing. Hell, you want long, winding roads for maximum inconvenience. Okay. Now I need to look into this game, because the fact that it teaches you to deliberately go out of your way to make hell horrible, I love that. DS9 for me, though TNG will always hold a special place in my first, or as my first. I'm assuming those are different Star Treks. All right, so we have our half-lidded eyes. We need to do that, but for the bottom side. Because we've got our squint, and that's part way. What if we just... Let's try something. Get rid of fuck. Make a new fuck. What am I doing? Okay. Did I want that, or did I want the opposite of that? I wanted the opposite of that. God damn it. There we go. Deep Space Nine and the Next Generation. And we've got British roads, which are long, winding, and have a speed limit like the highway, and are narrow as shit. TNG Picard has to constantly deal with Q, the omnipotent trickster entity. Q visits Cisco, gets punched, never seen on DS9 again. You know, I feel like the omnipotent trickster entity also works for our Q. We need to do something about this. It's an interesting shape. Go ahead and save that, even though it's not the one that we were working for. I think we want the corners of the eye to line up. But not the top. All right, we're going to need to blend that, I think. Because it's getting there, just not as fast as we want. That's right, I am an omnipotent trickster god like Loki! Do you think Vox would do what he did in Season 2, even if Adam lives? That's a good question, actually. Because the funniest part is, like, Adam would have gotten along with literally every single sinner. Like, he definitely belongs to be a sinner. Those are his people. It kind of does make me sad that Adam wasn't, like, reborn as a sinner. I don't know if that's still potentially a possibility, but I would love to see it. That being said, though, I'm a huge fan of Abel. I feel like he really did fill the void that Adam left behind, not because he's anything like Adam at all. In fact, he's the polar opposite. He's just a sweet little marshmallow man. I want to push this to be flatter. Maybe he got reborn, but we don't see him because he lives somewhere else in hell. Possibly. But they do seem pretty hung up on the concept of souls forever dying. So I'm not upset if he is forever dead. He totally had it coming. I want to push this further up, but I feel like it's getting too weird. I don't know. Should make a second one. Let's do that. And I should start naming them because now we've got a bunch of duplicates. Squint half lid. What's the difference between you two? Crap. I don't remember. Oh well. I like the fan-made stories from Hell of a Boss, mostly the ones with Visago and Stolitz. I do want to learn more about Visago. I adore him. He is a good bird. Okay, there's literally no difference between these two, so this is just the copy. Let's commit then. I'm a feckin' robot. Can't choose between Visago and Stolas as my favorite bird. Oh, wow.
Creative Dragonling has raided the channel with 1 eggs.
Hello. What were you working on? Oh my god, you're such a big dino. Oh no, ads! You know what? We're gonna snooze them. There we go. That'll give us about 5 minutes here. But welcome. It's good to have you here. You're working on Crimbus Lucy! I'm so excited to see him! I'm not even gonna lie. So when I first saw that mock-up that you had posted of the Christmas outfit that you're working on for him, I 100% was not looking clearly at it and thought that it already was done. So I immediately was like, oh, this was so amazing. It was so fast. You did it. Oh, I'm geeking out over it. And then I realized, oh god, no, it's just the mock-up. I just get so excited over other people's projects. I want other people to just be enthusiastic to work on things like you are. Love how Twitch is lying about my viewer count. It always does. It's whatever the new system is that they're trying to use to make it seem like there are less bots or whatever, which is just ultimately shooting itself in the foot. Because I can't tell you how many times it's confused actual people for bots. At least on my end. Frag like the little Crisis plushie of Rosie I made. I did! It looked so fucking pretty! Never really decorated for Christmas like this, so I'm so excited! You should be. I can't wait to see your whole layout. Don't feel obligated to go all out like I did. I don't even really consider this all out. I just put a lot of GIFs on everything. Voice is kind of shot, so I'm a dip, but Adam is looking really good. I look forward to seeing him. Thank you so much, Creative. That really does mean a lot. But please go rest up. Take care of yourself. Drink some water. It was very nice to see you. I'm glad you could stop in for a little bit. I think we vaguely captured the kind of look he's got going on over there. I don't know about the corners of the eyes. They still feel like they're sort of in the wrong spot. Let's see about doing another weight painting for Tech's group. And this time, instead of setting this to 100%, hold on, select the whole head first. Applies to everything at 100%. We want just the corner of each eye. And we're going to set that one to 50. So then we tell it here to apply that group to the shape we just made, and oh, wow, okay, hi. That's a different look. We can work with this. you. You also get set to 50. I don't hate it, but I still don't love it. Okay. Our ads are going to play in about a minute here. And to anyone who is just now joining us, who is not familiar with how things kind of work around here, the ads will run for 3 minutes once every hour. That way we can get them completely out of the way for the rest of the hour. We do need to play around with just a little bit of this. There we go. Now that looks much better. Still kind of looks a little bit weird here in the tip corner of the eye, but I don't like moving the corner of the eye, but beautiful as this song is, I do think I'm going to skip this one. We've had kind of a lot of ethereal music playing. It's beautiful, but it's also very relaxing and putting my ass to sleep. This is probably my least favorite eye shape that we've made, but upturned. So we have this shape and this one. I don't know which I prefer between the two. Probably that one. I'll be honest that when I think of winter, my mind does go toward tranquility, rest, and quiet, so that's why it's mostly music that you wouldn't bat an eye to someone sleeping to. Yeah! And I appreciate that. I do really like that quality of it. My only hang-up is that I am extra eepy today. I don't know why the inner corners of the eye are bothering me so much, but they are. I'm wondering if we should have gone more like the half-lidded eye, instead of trying to follow the actual eye shape, but kind of build our own shape. Let's copy it again. That's what most of this is just trial and error. Upturned 2.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass
Uh-huh.
out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. Put in a random loud in-your-face track to jumpstart the frag next time they're EP. No! It's like the people who put that iron pipe falling sound or whatever in the middle of a song. Oh, it doesn't help that the temperature can't decide if it wants to be comfortable, or a little too cold, or a little too hot. Just depends on whether or not the vent has turned on.
Security alert!
Oh.
Security alert!
Well, hello!
The _Red Dragoon has raided the channel with 18 eggs.
Welcome the Red Dragoon! Thank you for joining us! Oh my goodness, everyone's going everywhere. Let's get you a shout out. And I see you were last working on art. What were you working on? Nice Adam model. Thank you so much. We've been trying to belt out his expressions today. He is fighting us tooth and nail. That's why the raid message feels off. We're missing a woo. Wait, we're missing a woo? Clip it. Hold on, clip it. I want to know, what are we missing? It's gonna bother me too now. My thing's gonna lag out too bad for me to do it. I'll go back and check the VOD. It's making an Eastern Dragon model. Ooh. Like a full-blown Eastern Dragon or like an Anthro version. Anthro, nice. I don't know if I've ever seen an Eastern Dragon for like VRChat models and stuff. I spend way too much time in Blender. You and me both. Look at that. Yeah, you are a Blender streamer. Well, I'm going to give you a follow because we can definitely learn off of each other. Did you make your avatar? Oh, wow. Thank you for the follow.
The Dragoon can now hatch from their egg.
That's really awesome. Well, thank you so much for raiding into me. I'm glad that that you were able to kind of make yourself a self-discovery for me. I'm excited to see some of your work in the future. Do you do animation as well? Okay, that is awesome. Just started? Oh, wow. Thank you for the posture check, Q. I am hunched over.
To save all of your files?
And the reminder to save. Very important. About 5 months ago. Good on ya. I'm very excited to see how my own learning experience will compare to yours. And if you're as far along as you are currently in just 5 months, that gives me hope. Took me a long time just to figure out the basics, and I'm still very novice at a lot of parts of it. But I enjoy doing it. I get to learn something new every single time. Any new model I work on. In Blender? Yeah. So I predominantly use Blender to make VRChat models and VRChat avatars, which is what Adam here is going to be. His eyes are being a bit of a problem because I've never done eyes this way before. I'm trying to kind of make up a new method as I go. We've been playing around with the different shapes. We've got 2 different sets of eye seams for him set up now. So we've got his big mouth, ah, ch, ooh. And then we've got a smaller set of eye seams that don't use his full open mouth. Where did we leave that shape? Oh, wait, no, he's already in the default shape now. So that would be ah, ch, ooh. And then we also have his frowny face. And a bunch of different eye shapes and stuff that we're working on now. Been working in Blender for the last 5 years. Good on ya. Oh, thank you for the follow, Fuzzy Flanders.
Fuzzy Flanders can now hatch from their egg.
And GBA64. I don't know why she didn't... Oh, there she goes.
The 64 can now hatch from their egg.
She struggled with your name. Another 3D modeler? Sure am. Actually, I forgot to give you guys the whole spiel. So welcome, all of you from the raid. I'm FragRaptor. I go by Frag or Moss. Moss is my name, but people always call me Frag because of the username. But I am both a drawing artist and a modeling artist. I do 2D art on Tuesdays, and I do 3D art on Thursdays. And Wednesdays are our gaming days for whenever we feel like doing fun stuff. We're actually also doing a bunch of cool stuff throughout the month of December. Last time, we did a bunch of holiday horror movie streaming for Halloween. And this month, every Friday, we are going to be doing a movie screening in the Discord, as well as on VRChat. And that will be joined by my good dear friend Rosie and Spooka. Both of their information can be found on my page. They are also streamers. And I can't remember Spooka's username, if it's Spook the Town or... I think it is. Yes. Been wanting to use Blender, but my PC is entirely abandonware. Oh no! Now I feel that. This computer is the first computer I've had that has been able to pretty seamlessly run Blender. And as long as you're doing things that aren't like ridiculously high poly, like if you're the kind of person who's going to do a big model, like you're actually going to go in with sculpting tools and basically sculpt it as if it were clay and then go and retopo it, that's going to be a little tricky probably because those are super high res. But I tend to work low poly right from the start. Like I didn't do any sculpting for him. I just went straight in with the topology. But he also is basically a Christmas tree with extra steps, so... I mean that I built my PC out of no longer supported hardware. Oh no! It's such abandonware to where Blender doesn't even open, it crashes immediately. Oh no! RIP. Need to get going, have a good stream. Absolutely. There is nothing wrong with raiding and running. It was very nice to meet you, Red Dragon, or Dragoon. And I will take very good care of all of these delightful little eggs that you have brought us. I hope that you have an amazing rest of your evening. Might be time for a fresh install of Windows if possible. Even my graphics card doesn't record tabs anymore. It's so old it can only record my whole screen. I think part of my trouble with this face that I want to do is I really want it to be much like the half-lidded eye, where we just kind of cut it straight across. But we can't do that on the bottom side because the corner of the eye is way up here. Like, we'd have to push the corner of the eye way further down, and that's going to disrupt our eye seams. So we'll just try our best with this third attempt. And if it doesn't work out, we won't worry about it. Built it last year. Dad's company was upgrading their PCs, and I see why. Computer I had before this 2 years ago would be 13 today. Wow. That is an incredible skill, though, to be able to salvage those parts and make something that is in some way functional. I mean, maybe it's not functional completely because of being outdated parts, but that's still... that is an impressive feat. Try and push the corner of the eyes up a little higher on this side, too. At this point, we're starting to move things in a way that I don't really like. I work with computers a lot. I've got that hyper focus and grew up around tech literally all my life. That's good. I always wanted to learn a lot more about tech than I had available to learn from at the time. I was very much an unfortunate byproduct of the 90s with the whole growing up mentality of, oh no, girls can't learn computer stuff. Girls need to be pretty and do girl things like have babies. It's like, no, I don't want to have babies. I want to make Sonic the Hedgehog games. As you can imagine, my parents were thrilled. As long as you can play World of Tanks, everything is fine with the computer. Doesn't help either that I like older tech. I can repair and mod PlayStation 3, PlayStation 2, Super Nintendo. I can fix controllers, and I've taken apart so many electronics. That's good. I wish I had the ability to do that stuff. I love the whole taking apart and putting back together thing. I'm just not really that good at the put back together part. Not yet. But that is one of those skills where you truly do just have to fuck around and find out. I say the same thing about Blender all the time. The hardest part about Blender is just trying to teach yourself to be okay with fucking things up. As long as you've saved a copy, you've got nothing to worry about. Only now been learning basic hardware stuff like maintenance and component swapping for the past year and a half. I've modded my Wii to give me custom Mario tracks. Also helps that I have been binging YouTube for about, I'd say, 16 years, so I have an encyclopedic knowledge, or niche knowledge. That's fantastic, though. We need people who have all of that kind of stuff stored in their heads. I know everyone's not a big fan of YouTube right now, and we are trying to boycott and do what we need to do to send a message for whatever needs to be done, but YouTube aside, the amount of free online resources to learn from are insane. So if you're not taking advantage of that, you're wasting your own time. There's a lot of funny stuff on YouTube, sure, but there's also so much educational stuff, and it's all free. Once you develop a good way of balancing your critical thinking skills and self-learning, you will become unstoppable. That's why I got so angry over the whole AI everything. Like, I don't even care that AI can do these things. What I care about is the fact that so many people turned to it immediately and didn't have any interest whatsoever in actually learning these very, very important skills themselves. And it's like, why? Why are you not interested in learning how to do this for yourself? Because if you learn how to do this, you can do so many other things. Don't you want that? I want that for you. I like to think I used the internet how it was intended. Good. As a native English speaker, I am butchering my spelling. I love that there are so many ways to learn things. Yeah! I hate how people use AI to do stuff for them instead of how it was mostly intended. That's what I mean. Like, some people are so dependent on it, I worry that they don't even have the ability to form their own, like, opinions on things anymore. And that's like one of our most important values is to be able to have our own opinions, to be able to have critical thinking, critical thought. We should never, ever, ever want to lose that. Like, I am losing track of whatever the fuck is happening here. Hold up. You need to connect to the center. There you go. There you go. Adam, what happened? Why are you not mirroring anymore? And for how long have you been like that? That one. Why are you no longer mirrored? You should be. But you're not. The hell? YouTube Shorts have kind of been my PC knowledge binge for the past 11 months. I just sent something that I worked on today in the art channel. Let's go see. Ooh. I like that design a lot. That's beautiful, Q. Oh, Fuzzy, let me know if that link doesn't work. There's another one in the About section below the description of the Twitch stream that should work if that one's still not functional. We've been having issues with that lately. It works. Yay! Oh, hold up. I can see where something else went wrong here. This feels so messy. I'm really thinking that we don't need this eye shape if this does not work out. Mm. Incoming raid message only has 3 woos, but if you listen to the audio, there's 4. Aw, man. That means I gotta go find another audio clip. At least that's an easy fix. Eventually, I'd like to have an animation come up. But I want it to be my Smoon, like my model, instead of the one from the games.
It's fucking Christmas morning.
Ah! Christmas jump scare. So far, in my silly noob IT adventure, I've replaced a keyboard and display assembly with my compact Presario CQ50, repaced a CPU, and replaced an SSD to install Windows 11 to my 5-year-old gaming PC. It's a lot of big boy words for me, but sounds like you've done quite a bit. Roommate just asked if I needed the bathroom because they're gonna shower. They get in the shower and immediately it hits me like a truck after I told them no. Ain't that always the way it goes? You want Frag? I can yap a little bit about the character lore. Go right ahead. I always love hearing about you guys and all your ideas. Oh man, I've donked up here. There we go. You need to go further out, wherever you belong. I don't know how I feel about this one. It's certainly not going to work with any of our Blink stuff or anything. I apologize, Q. I am going to skip this Skyrim song. Again, it is quite serene, which is not a bad thing. Compact Presario CQ50 is an old Windows Vista laptop that I've had since I think 2008, 2009. I'm so glad that you guys, people like you, are able to recycle your computers and stuff and make them last longer this way, because there are very valuable components still. Whether it can like still run things as good as a modern computer, it's still tech that's worth salvaging for whatever purpose we can use it for. I really don't know what to think about this eye shape. Well, let me split it in half so that we've got one on each eye anyway. Because that's our current upturned. Let's flit through the 3 that we have, actually. So we've got the first attempt. Second attempt, we softened the edges a little bit. And third attempt, we changed everything. I like the front corner best in this one. We might have to combine these. Let's try it. It's going to look really fucky-wucky at first. Song is giving my D&D Cyberpunk campaign ideas. What song was that? Oh, we were still on it. This is from Celeste, the game. It's called In the Mirror. And holy shit, it's like 10 minutes long. We are currently using a playlist of video game songs that kind of fit the wintry vibe that was made for us courtesy of Q. No, not Celeste, I just beat it, please. I've actually never played it before. Some of this is not working as well as I'd hoped. Oh, well, that's part of the reason why. We're kind of getting there. We've got the top part here and the bottom part of you. Still looks kind of wonky, though. Let's blend. Maybe not. All right, it wants to be finicky, so instead of blending, we are going to just assign this at a weight of 5. Didn't like that. Congrats, girl. I beat it a few weeks ago myself. It's going to correct you, but I am gender fluid. I was making a joke to the meme that Celeste creates trans femmes. Theo did the opposite for my brother. As for the lore that I've got so far for Null is that they are being born of Weaver and Worm. Before they hatched, their egg was temporarily seeped in void, thus causing their body's natural silk production to come out black with the side effect of draining the soul of those who are caught in it. At their current state, they guard the entrance of the abyss in their kingdom with a web of their void-soaked thread. That's cool as fuck. I don't really know anything about the lore for Hollow Knight, but that's really fucking cool. Hollow Knight's a game that I do intend on playing. I've just got so much other stuff I have to get through first. I'm kind of liking this. Also, nice mask design. 'Twas quite sick. Frag, you need to play original Hollow Knight first. It's essentially the tutorial for Silksong. It's not necessary, it'll just make it easier. I've heard that, yeah. And I would like to play it in that order regardless. Because it's one that I wanted to play back when it first came out, and just didn't get around to it because at the time I, again, still had so much other stuff going on. But I probably would have been pretty huge into the fandom had I known a little bit more about it when it was first being released and whatnot. What's going on here? I think we need to... One of you needs to stop doing what you're doing. It's not really upturned anymore, is it? Well, I'll make it another shape, and I think I'll just call it there in terms of doing this upturned eyelid, because I don't like how much it's fighting us. This is the 4th attempt now. Wow. Big stretch. Big stretch. It's good though. Give plenty of time for the DLC. How much in the way of modding goes on in the Hollow Knight scene? A friend of mine wanted a Hollow Knight OC of a butterfly, which I sketched out for them, but I was still in a Hollow Knight drawing kind of mood, so I decided to create a new OC for myself. My old one just being my interpretation of the knight after the events of the game, but before they actually fight the Hollow Knight, which is honestly how I normally get video game OCs. They're just how I played the main character in the game. That's cool. I like that. I like how open Hollow Knight was for interpretation, too, from what I've seen. So much modding. It's funny because I haven't seen anything about the mods or anything. It's like nothing's broken free of its sphere, if that makes sense. Not like we're like with Lethal Company. As soon as Lethal Company came out and the modding community started up with it, it was just a free-for-all. All right. Now we can see the difference between all 4 of these different eye shapes that we made. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think our last one here is my favorite of the 4. Still kind of feel like we need something in between them. I believe I spoke about the gun mod for Hollow Knight before called the Hollow Point. Welcome, Jerv. Good to have you join us. Honestly, you could probably lower the eyes on Adam's mask and you'd have a head for a Hollow Knight character. Very true! You know what? It'd be pretty funny to make a Hollow Knight version of Adam. Alright. I'm gonna keep these other upturned, but I'm gonna move them to a different spot so that we don't get them confused with our current stuff. And we'll split them real quick. Oh. Split it first, worry about it later.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. I'd say what sort of bug would Adam be, but we all know that he'd be a roach. Yeah. God, I love just an unapologetically douchebag, hateable character. I love that. I don't want to fix him. I don't want to redeem him. I want him to get worse. I just want him to be insufferable. Let's try and recreate the face here with the new eye shapes that we have. Wait. Okay, yeah, no, that's... Whoa, wow. Okay, hi, Alucard. We've just turned Adam, the first man, into... a tragedy. Okay, yeah, no, I'm not a fan of that. Let's get rid of the eye lines, too. We don't really need those. Like, this squint looks good, but the other eye, I don't know what we can do. That's really bad. Are they all that bad? Wait.
Zeno_Salazar011 can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you so much for the follow, Zeno. And hi, Alucard. We've got our ads are about to play in 1 minute. And I see that some of our dinos have gotten stuck. Let me help you out there, cat. Alright, let's see if any of these other upturned lids will work. Kind of. Nope, none of those are good. Closest, probably that one. Let's go 50-50 on this one in the first. So we kind of perfectly replicated it here. But only on the left side. Which means we need to fix that. This is going to be our upturned eye. I've decided. So it is a hybrid of several different shapes we've already created here. I am a simple hatchling. My first ray of... Oh, it's nighttime. My dino matches me IRL, stuck on art. Alright, so we have 4 rejected upturned eyelids. Let's split this so we have our left and right. And our right side. Welcome back from the ads, cat. Okay. I like where we're headed with this. I like that we can pretty much exactly recreate that face he's got on the side over here. If we open his mouth up anyway. Give us a good ah. What a handsome boy. Frag, I'm anxious about inset eyes again. My testing isn't going well, and I'm afraid of not being able to pull this off. You've got this, cat! If it doesn't work out the first time, it is okay. We can try again. We can do it as many times as it takes. The only thing that matters is that we just keep trying. Look, it's Alex Brightman. It's... I'm realizing something now. The only Hazbin characters that I've really been willing to and wanting to make have all been Alex Brightman. Because we have Adam. We have the Fizzy that I started. I don't know if I ever showed you guys that one. I know I've posted a small teaser of him, but I don't know where I left off on him. Let's see. Oh, he's not got his stage makeup yet. But there's the Fizzy I was last working on. He's still a long way off. And then after I finished Adam, I wanted to make Sir... What are we calling him now? Saint Repentious? Fizzy is a ways off, though. I started him and I didn't like how he was looking with the perspective camera. So he's really hard to get, like, the angles that we need. All of his art is very off-model. Oh, some of it's completely missing now. I guess I was just using the last pictures here. But like you can see, his features line up fairly okay. He's obviously got his mouth open in this, so his chin's much lower. But in trying to keep things lined up on both his profile view and his frontal view, the eyes can't go back as far into his head as they have it on his profile view, and his beak can't be as long, because it's the 3/4 that ends up throwing everything off. Like, I can make it perfectly match the front and the side, but then the 3/4 is fucked. So now I'm trying to create the illusion by getting the 3/4 version to match, and then keep it as close to the frontal and the side as possible. Fizzy facing forward can't hurt you. Fizzy facing forward. I believe that with a good smelling post-midnight snack in my stomach and the fact that it's 2:20 in the morning, it's a time for me to say good night. I believe we're still calling him Serpentious, as he's a serpent and in Serpentious. But I like Saint Repentious! Who, as mad as it does make some folks, does not canonically have a tail. Oh, who? Oh, the Alistair Buttwitch. Yeah, that's right, I almost forgot about that one. Where did we leave off on that? Let's take a quick little refresher and go see some of these other projects. Butt Al. There he is! That's right, I was dealing with his hair. I'm gonna have to look at some other people's models and see what they decided to do with his hair and the wonk-ass direction that it's constantly facing. I still can't believe he's coming out this good. His little butt. It'll be fun to get back to him. Was his mouth always open? We did. We preserved his shape keys. Oh, shit, that's right. He's got one to turn back into the butt witch. Yeah, so his physical body, I forgot. We have a shape key that is simply titled, hold on, let me stretch it out so you can see it. Just fuck me up, fam? And that's the one that's turned him into Alistair. Because otherwise, he's woman. God, I love Blender. I love the freedom of creativity and being able to make cursed as fuck shit. Alistair really needs to unclench his ass. No, it's where he hides the tail. It's just tucked real far up there. Men only want one thing, and it's disgusting. It's Alistair butt. No, it's not just men. Everybody wants that butt. This fandom is feral for that dear ass. Is that all for the Hazbin stuff? No, I still have the Blitz that I need to finish. Alright, well, let's hop back over to Adam. Some people have a stick up their ass. Alistair has a tail. You have a Blitz? It's not mine originally. So the person who made it originally, they're on Steam. I don't know of their contact anywhere other than Steam. And I forget their name. It's a bit silly, so let me look back and find it. Okay. Last time they had their public username, it was POVUR Sticky Spamming, which is a wildly long name. I'll go ahead and put that in chat. But that was the Steam name. And it was originally created for SFM stuff, I believe. But I really liked the way it looked, and I asked them for permission if I could port that model into VRChat, because someone else had ported it over into Left 4 Dead 2, and that's where I think I had first seen it. And I just really liked the model. They did a great job on it. Let's see if I can find that. Other models. Blitz. Custom edits. There he is. So most of it is largely untouched. The only things that I've done any real kind of like intense modeling on are, he did not have like anything below the belt here before. So I did go in and make him a pelvis, just because these tubes went up to where this cut line is and they just stopped there, which is fine for like modding it into other games, but when it's VRChat, people move a lot. So you tend to see that area more. So that didn't take much. The rest was just doing a lot with the face and tugging and pulling places to make it look a little bit more on model. The eyes are black right now because of the back face culling. But you can see he's got this black outline on him. If we turned that, I don't know if we'd be able to turn that off right now. But did that. I sculpted this gun entirely from scratch. That was based off of the official design of his sniper, which is available on ArtStation. I'm afraid I don't have the credit for the person who did the official design for it right off the top of my head. If anyone does want it, I can look it up, though. And then I just did a bunch of shape stuff for his expressions and whatnot. So he had some vice seams before, but unfortunately the port kind of wrecked them and they all collapsed in on each other. So I had to redo all of his vice seams. So we've got a lot of new custom mouth shapes for him. I was very happy with the f sound. I wanted him to have a very powerful fuck when he says it. And that would be eyes. There was a lot of problematic stuff going on up in the corner of his eyes just because of the way this black outline was created. This is actually a double mesh. So instead of it being a shader, it's a solidify modifier. So if we turn that off, then you can see his eyes. But it's a duplicate of his actual body that has been inverted and turned black. And that's how you create that sort of Poyomi shader look for a model that cannot have Poyomi. But because of that, we also ended up having a lot of issues with the corner of his mouth and the upper corner of his eye up here. You see, in some angles it starts to show. But I tried to spend a lot of time making sure that it didn't at most angles. That one's not the greatest. It's supposed to be the frown. We have a partial grin. Again, the outline is a bit problematic because of the way it was being made. And it was being made this way to match with Fizzy. Is he still on here? Yeah, Fizzy's still here. So this is the Fizzy from the name I always butcher every time I say it. Zartino? I'll just link it in chat again. Zeterano. So this is Zeterano's RoboFizz model that I did more edits to, just to customize it however I felt I wanted it to be. So I had changed up the head a lot on that one as well, and I was making this one for a friend who wanted to match with me. Unfortunately, we are no longer speaking, the person who originally wanted this, but that is okay, because I still plan on releasing it eventually. It was going to be free, just like the Fizzy, because both models are free, and they were very generously shared with me to make edits to and share with the public. I was undecided on keeping the gun for him, though. I did make a bunch of fun props for Fizzy, and I wanted to... Oh wait, I did! I finished him! I have Worm Horse for, for Blitz. Because Fizzy's got Banana Pudding somewhere on his actual model. So I wanted them to go together. They were supposed to be a fun little pair. His color palette's a lot more saturated than Fizzy's. One day I'll get back to it. Blitz rolling. Enough with the fucking wall shit. We have a door. A lot of that stuff I had started before I fully knew what I was doing with making avatars from the ground up. But now that I know enough to do that, I prefer making them my own. I just wish that I could do it quicker. Maybe we should work on the eyebrows next. Let me stretch these back out so that you guys can see what I'm doing again. So I'm going to reorganize these a little bit for the ones that we're keeping and the ones that we're not. There's still a lot that we need to go through, but... all of these are defunct. I don't know which one of you guys were the original ch and the original oo. So you're all gonna go down here. I'm hoping these are the originals. Have a good night. I'm going to go Minecraft. Minecraft being the verb. Have a great time, Fuzzy. It was very nice to meet you, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your time that you hang around. Until we see you again, though, good night. Have a fantastic evening. Actually, how much time do we have for us for the rest of stream? Let's see. Wow, we're already 4.5 hours in. So we've only got about an hour and a half left. Welcome, Kohi. Good to see you. Damn, the mouth became good. Thank you. We've spent so long on it. And let's take this old blink that we don't really like and put this one down in defunct.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you so much, Kohi. Okay, so that's defunct. Original open mouth. There we are. Turned one of my friends into a banana. They annoyed me because they kept telling me to spin faster than this one spinning banana, so I cursed them to be a banana. Friendly reminder as to not annoy someone who is pretty.
Security alert! Security alert! Woo, 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 woo!
LIR the witch has raided the channel with 5 eggs.
Welcome, Lear. Also, hold on. There were 4 woos that time. So it's just the message we have to fix. The sound is fine. But welcome, welcome, Lear. It's good to have you here. I see. I'm glad you pointed that out so I can fix that. I see that you were working on some art, Lear. What were you doing? Drawing? Modeling? Art looked so cool, I wanted to rate. Oh, thank you! Doing some holiday art doodles for Christmas time. That's exciting. Wow! Oh! Thank you for the follow!
Lerthovich can now hatch from their egg.
Bitch! I'm sorry, I just opened up your page and saw that you also stream Stardew Valley, which is what we were doing all day yesterday. So of course I'm going to be following you back. Okay, I gotta ask. Who we romancing right now? It's been annoying me for months and I only just figured out why. Frag, I am but a humble fool. I think I figured out the answer to my eye problem. The eyes the doll already has are the perfect size for her head. I just need to get out my mold-making materials and make a mold of them. Yeah! Oh my god, that's genius, Cat! Then I have nothing to worry about with sizing. Yes! Fucking big brain! Can't stay long because I've got to head to bed. Wanted to say your model looks really cool and hell yeah, Hazbin art, let's go. Thank you so much, Awesome Chips. I have many saves, but my go-to is Alex. That MLM romance is good. That's so funny. You're the first person I think I've ever met who chooses Alex. In ours, we are currently trying to win over Leah's heart. Very slowly, I might add, because we were a bit too preoccupied trying to seduce Shane. Not for love, just for cock. And by that I mean we wanted to get to his final heart event to get the blue chickens for the farm. And after that point, we've completely abandoned him. But truthfully, it's for the best. It's, honest to God, his healthiest timeline. Fuck it, this is a sign from the universe that I should try getting into Stardew again. Go for it, Q! How did I not think of it before? It's so obvious it hurts! Just for those blue chickens, shaking my head. As a fellow blue chicken, I feel like I'm entitled. Trying to seduce Shane not for love but for cock. Frag 2025. A quote I am thoroughly proud to be responsible for. I'm going to put an old beside all of these shape keys so we know that these are previously from up here. Because we need to scooch our new ones up here. Oh, it's going to take a bit to move these all the way down. Got a lurk and I make dinner. Okay, sure, yeah, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with raiding and running. Get yourself some rest, drink some water. And if you don't have the ability to come back and hang out for a little while, that is perfectly fine. It is very nice to have met you, and I hope that you have a fantastic evening. This song reminds me of the Chow races from Sonic Adventure 2.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
I will be here in spirit throwing hydrates. Thank you. It is from a racing game? Which one? Oh, Mario Kart 8. That makes sense. And thank you for the posture check, Q. I gotta keep reminding myself to straighten my shoulders. That's been the hardest part with my posture lately. I do wish that Blender would implement a feature that was just, let me drag and drop my shape keys. I'd hate having to use this whole system with the arrows. There's probably a plugin for that. All right. It feels much better having these organized. I will rename all of my dividers in caps lock so that it is easier to tell them apart. Organization, never heard of her. I don't know how people are able to manage a Blender project the way that I tend to manage my, like, 2D art. Because when I'm doing 2D art, I don't fucking bother layering my, or naming my layers and organizing folders and anything like that. I'm lucky if I even put a proper file name on the damn file itself. Half the time it's a keyboard smash. But when it comes to Blender, I couldn't do it. The program makes sure to punish you if you even so much as try. Legit named a file, no, the cold, today. See, it's the natural artist's way. All right, let's give ourselves another category that everything else can go under and be a problem. I don't know why. I should just go ahead and get rid of these, because I'm pretty sure we don't need them anymore, but until I'm absolutely positive, I tend to not. One thing I am very excited for with this, though, I can't wait to do his MMDs. All right, right off the bat, we're going to have one that just raises them. Nothing else. Just raise. Why? So we can do this! Because I love this! It's like game coding. Don't take out the random coconut or else it all fails. Yes! Load-bearing coconut JPEG is my fucking motto. And there's me, whose layer names are layer 1, layer 2, etc. And then my files are all called untitled canvas number. All right, so one thing I think we're going to have to do with the eyebrows is come up with a couple of defined shapes. So right now, this is sort of the neutral resting shape. But for example, I think that we should create one that is perfectly flat like this. Not really worry so much about the height or placement, just worry about the shape. So I'm going to go ahead and slide our shape keys off to the side again so that we have more room to work. My load-bearing coconut is my dumbass brain remembering which layer is for what. Northeast Frost Street, let's go! This is my favorite Kirby song from Forgotten Land. You spoil me. What? Wait a minute. Hold on. What is causing that? Because we've had that happen a couple times now, and I don't know what that is. So anytime that I hit the grab button, which is just G, it causes his tunic to collapse at several points. See that? What is going on? Whoa. Boy, that's wild. I have no idea what is causing that. They're like zigzagged. How bizarre. Wait, it's doing it to his tongue too? No! And his teeth? Aw, man, how many of the Viseams got fucked up because of that? God damn it. That bites. I have a sneaking suspicion that that is a glitch, which we've encountered several times. The problem is, it's a really annoying one to fix. Because it affected both of our grins. I don't remember which one of y'all are the original ooh that we used, or the original shapes that we used. We'll have to compare them. You're ooh. You're also ooh. Well, you've got teeth. So if this ooh does not have teeth, why do you have teeth? Were you supposed to have teeth? Dude, this brain fog's out to get me. Alright, so we need to find the original ooh. I sure hope I didn't delete it. Are you the original ooh? You're missing teeth. But otherwise you look the same. What the fuck? Okay. You know what? This is fine. Here's what we're gonna do. We don't have to recreate all of the vicemes, we just have to recreate the original ah, ch, and oo for both the grin and the non-grinning version. Only problem now is we have to figure out what? Hold up.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Lear. I will save as soon as I figure out what the fuck is happening. What are you? Where are you normally? Oh my god. I'm so confused. What is this rare vert floating around out here? Rogue vert. I am just so confused. Where are you on the UV map? There's another one. I must have left those there intentionally or something. Well, hello, Miss Bronx. Thank you for joining us. My doggo has wandered in, done a big stretch, and is leaving. So, we got a couple of problems here. This is why I stress for people, if you're going to learn Blender, by all means, go about it however way works for you, but do not skimp on learning the language. So, learning how to model, that's the fun part. Learning how the program works, that's the sucky part. So, the only reason I am able to tell that whatever's happening right now should not be happening is because I know just enough about Blender to know that it shouldn't be happening. But it's very difficult to tell whether or not something that is happening is an intended effect if you don't know how the program works. All right, I'm going to do myself a favor here. We're going to go ahead and delete all of these original neutral vicemes. And we're going to delete all of the grin vicemes. we are going to go into our ooh. Wow. Posture check. Thank you. So we're going to make another new group. Delete these old groups. Make our new one. Fixing faces. We're going to assign a weight to the face itself. Just the head, the face and head, and our teeth. And nothing else. So our tongue, we see how it's been a little bit messed up here. We have our sharp line that should just be a nice gentle curve that has been snapped down to other places for some reason or another. So we're going to tell it, don't affect that. And then we're going to take that same group and apply that to our shape key like we've been doing with everything else. So now when we turn that on, we can tell from looking in the mouth. See how there are no more pulled verts? They're pulled down in the edit mode, but in our view mode, they are no longer. And there's also a rogue vert off to the side here. This one. Somehow that got affected as well. And it is no longer, if I turn up the opacity, you can see it's no longer being pulled. So it's because we told it only affect this part of the face. That's why that's so important. So we're going to make a new shape from the mix. Bring that back up to our top. We're going to call that ooh, no corners again, and delete the original version. We're going to do that for all 6 of these, if they require it. All right, looks like this ooh needs it too. We will apply that new shape from mix. Take that back up to the top. That is our ooh grin. Delete the original. Rename the new one. Looks like our ch went through it too. Okay, tongue looks good. Now, I did see before some of our teeth were getting a weird issue, but it does not look like that affected this one. Make a new shape from this. Take it back to the top. Copy the name of the old one. Delete it. Rename this one. And there we go. All right. Now we're going to regenerate the visemes. Start with our... Which one should be the default? I guess it would depend on what faces we end up making for the expressions. Oh well. All right, let's just start with the no corners then. Okay, so this should be round 1. And this is with our closed mouth. And I think I just remembered something I fucked up, so let's undo that. So something else that I saw was happening. Doesn't seem to be happening now. The mouth was clipping out from the up corner. Seems to be okay for the time being. Okay. Got about 2 minutes before the next ads come up. And that will signify our last hour of our stream. All right. Vi seams round 1. A, ch, d, e, b, I, k, n, u. I'm sorry. O, u, p, sil, s, and th. And we will mess with the tongue for those later. So we have to rename all of these. We're just going to add a 1 to the end. The reason we do this is because, again, the naming format matters quite a lot in Blender and Unity. So if there is already a shape key that exists with this name, it's going to overwrite it. That's why we have to rename it. All right, now we're going to do the same thing with the grin version. Grin, oo, grin, and ch, grin. Also, ads should be starting any moment here. Okay, here's our ch, duh. Let me go to the front. E, b, I, k, n, o, u, p, sil, s, and th. Looks good. Hopefully there's no more technical issues. Nope, never mind. I immediately fucking saw one. Why?
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Kohi. The ah. So we've got to redo those. This is the most meticulous part. Okay, try it again. Excuse me? No, this is incorrect too. What is happening? Why is the P collapsed at the corner of the mouth? And the sill? That should not be happening. Which means we need to replace those with our own custom versions that don't do that. Thankfully, I have come prepared. Somewhere I have come prepared. Where is our original closed mouth? I mean, I guess I could just set this one up in reverse. It'll be interesting to see anyway. Never mind, I forgot that it would just go the opposite direction. Okay. Brain fog. Don't panic. I guess it doesn't matter. We would want it to close normally like that so he can do all of his expressions. Also, I'm just now realizing this becomes a problem if we want him to actually smile open-mouthed. Like, he can't do this and talk at the same time now. Yeah, or else that happens. How inconvenient. I didn't think I had deleted this one. Oh, I hadn't. Okay, good. That's right,
If
I
you
moved
become
everything to
lightheaded
defunct.
from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Cactus. Sent something extremely cursed for you and Todd in the Hazbin channel. Uh-oh. Oh no. I hate that it sounds just like them. Well, I figured it was actually Keith David, but the other guy. Like, Angel's not an easy voice to come by. Hmm. So this is supposed to be the replacement for the P mouth shape, which would keep it along the same line as the rest of the I think I'm overthinking things. I also think I'm not thinking enough. I'm like completely shutting down at this point into the process. Maybe we should skip the visemes and move on to back to the eyebrows. I kind of felt like I knew what I was doing more with that. All right. Eyebrows. I am going to stick with the plan of making it flat or whatever shape I want it to be, and having the actual positioning of it be a secondary shape key so that we don't have to worry about it as much. Why are you not mirroring? What? The mirror is on! Fresh Brain will have better luck next time. It sure will! I think my brain is fried. We should just make a new shape key. I don't know what happened to that one. And it's still doing that again. Adam, what the fuck? Your eyebrows have been perfectly symmetrical this entire time. Brosif! Where? Interesting. Did you duplicate your eyebrows? Hold on, let's do this on the basis layer, just on the off chance that, for some reason... Yeah, so I think our eyebrows got duplicated somehow. Weird. But I guess I'm glad it's fixed. Hold on, let's give him his half-lidded look. Because I want to try and recreate that face. Oh, crap. I was doing all that on the basis. I'm so brain dead. Like, I want to keep working on this, but I'm starting to feel like now I'm becoming an obstacle in my own way. And now he's not mirrored anymore. Adam, why? I'm going to crush this man like a watermelon. There. Adam is causing this from beyond the grave. Seems in character. 100%. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Ink Bleeder? We are struggling. If anything could have gone wrong today, it didn't necessarily go catastrophically wrong, but it sure did find a way to be inconvenient. Honestly, they're pretty flush to his face already, so I think maybe we do just need to worry about the shape. But how are you doing, Ink Bleeder? I'm tired. Aren't we all? It's been a lazy day. The vibe, anyway. I think if this could have been a nap stream, it would have been. But instead, it's a ball pit stream. Hello. Hi, Zatani. It's been a week. I agree with you. Getting closer. This song in particular reminds me so much of the Crystal Kingdom arc of the amazing, or not the Amazing Digital Circus, of the Adventure Zone, which I really miss. I'd like to go back and re-listen to that podcast. Got to go to bed. It's past my bedtime. Good night and have a good rest of your time. Thank you so much, Lear. I hope that you have an amazing weekend because we will not be seeing you. But I will hopefully be seeing you during your streams now that I know that you are a person who exists on Twitch. It has been an absolute pleasure having you here. Thanks so much for raiding earlier. Nope, we don't want that part. Gotta push that unibrow more forward. Fucking get your fuck ass halo out of here. Well, hello, Bronx. Thank you for joining me again. I can tell Bronx is bored. Luckily for her, we only have about 30 minutes left. Well, we've got the general shape down. Although I think we need to pull the outer parts out much further because it looks like they've exaggerated it quite a lot. Oops. Okay. Call these Grumpy. And then let's make another one real quick for moving them down. Lower. We need one to move it forward too. Not that far. Maybe that's not the right eyes for it. We're not going to be able to get it to be quite like that. That face really depended on the point of the eye being up top, huh? Well, we did that for a couple of them down here. Similar, but upsettingly different for whatever reason. Well, it's something. Oh, hi, Bronca. Hey, baby girl. You need some head scratches and some love. Man, it's wild how different their head shapes and stuff really show when it comes to the 3D stuff. I'm really thankful that season 2 is completely on model so that this is something I won't have to be so stressed over. Because if anything, it's making me feel like this part of his, like, helmet should be more forward. But that's also because the way that this image back here was drawn, they drew his head at a 3/4 degree angle, but his expression is not limited to being 3D. So they can kind of put whatever expression they want wherever they want, and it doesn't matter. I'd say we did an okay job. It does look really, really weird from the 3/4 view, but I tried so hard to line everything up with his side view. That does not look angry at all from the side view. From the front, he looks angry. From the side, he looks concerned. Why? What is with that weird shift? It's about here he goes from grumpy to disturbed. You can probably fix that by raising it more on the edges. Hmm. This shouldn't bother me as much as it does, but it does. And I don't know what to do about it. I mean, if nothing else, it still looks good like this. Maybe with the, like, outer bags showing. We're starting to kind of encapsulate that energy. We are going to have to go through and fix this gap between his eyebrows for every expression. We've only got about 15 minutes left of our stream. And admittedly, I'm not super feeling more work on him. Let's see if I can find one other expression that I like to make. Here we go. Why is that so big? Boy, they're just flying right off of his forehead in that one. Let's see. We need to arch. We need to flatten our little point here, for starters. Okay, and we will need to take the center bit and go way, way up with it. And do it in an increasingly gradual way. Because we do not want it to peak. We want it to curve. It is so funny to me how so many of you have instantly recognized the Skyrim music. Because as someone who never played Skyrim, I feel like this is what you guys feel every time that I bring up something about Sonic. Spent hours of my life in Skyrim. Got a husband and a wife and children. I don't know why my brain read that as chicken. All right, we're getting there. We've got a bit of an arch going. We want that big checkmark shape, though. So I'm going to go with this guy. Not the end guy, just this guy. We're going to take hold of the whole damn thing. And we're going to start pulling it up. Okay. Now we're going to use these guys in between to try and round that shape a little better. And in doing so, we are creating that nice tapered peak in the opposite direction. God, he has no right to be this fucking cute. I don't think we need to go too far. We do want this one to go up further, though. Hello, Snake. My God, they just completely fly the fuck off of his head. I guess we'll need to make wider eyes for that expression, huh? You've gotten rusty, Snake. Ah, okay. Not quite the solution I had in mind there. This is going to be the hard part. Because we're not really supposed to move around a whole lot of his geometry in here. But I really want to try and capture this face. Rusty says the one where I completely scared the hell out of you. Listen. Finished my day of work. Gonna go. It was nice to see your art and thank you for your stream. Thank you for being here, Kohi. I'm glad you were able to get your work done. We've only got about 5 minutes ourselves, so we are not far behind you at all. I should be less afraid of doing the eyes as big as I want them to be. Okay. Let's see how this looks with the big grin. Or, well, open mouth grin. Hello, Pyro. There we go. We actually could probably push the lower lids down some. But he looks very close. Let's try it. Now, does that get in the way of talking? It does something over here that's fucky-wucky that we don't like. That it should not be doing. There we are. 1 minute till our last ads of the night, and afterwards we will wrap things up and raid out. Fucky-wucky? Yeah, so the face is not doing quite what I want it to. Something has moved in a way that it should not. Man, I still feel like he's not as pinchy up here as I want him to be. I want these parts of his face to be closer together like they are over here.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Spino. We will go ahead and do a save. Oh, okay. So, do I actually want to move them closer together? Boy, that's gonna fuck everything up if I do. I feel like I should wait till I'm in a better mindset to do that. Because then I'll know more assuredly what I want to do. Well, it's something. We've got 2 expressions now. Did you hear that the guy who was the original Shang Tsung in MK1 died? MK1? I don't know what that is. Oh, Mortal Kombat. See, I was sitting here thinking Mario Kart, and I knew that wasn't right because I couldn't think of anyone named Shang Tsung. Well, that's unfortunate. Hell of a legacy to leave behind, though. In the German dub, Angel Dust has the same voice actor as Spike from MLP? Wow, that's funny. Alright, guys. It has been a fantastic stream. But at this point, we have reached our quota for time. I don't think that my brain is wanting to function anymore. So we're going to go ahead and raid out. But before we do, let me migrate on back over to our just chatting window. There we are. And it's nighttime now, so let's switch over to a nighttime background. All right. So, as you know, today was our last main scheduled stream of the week, but that is not the last of the things that we will be doing. We have been advertising it all throughout the week, but to those of you who have not seen, or just to give a simple reminder, tomorrow we will be starting our first movie streaming day of December. So we are going to be streaming every Friday throughout the month in the Discord and on VRChat. However, tomorrow we won't be doing it on VRChat because I don't think that we'll be able to stream it on VRChat. This is kind of an old, not really well-known animated movie. So it's actually very hard to find a digital version of it. I thankfully have a hard copy of it, but we'll figure that out tomorrow as we get to it. Otherwise, every other Friday, not every other Friday, but the rest of the Fridays throughout the month, we will still be doing movie nights, and they will be also hosted by my friends Rosie and Spooka. Spooka will be doing an additional movie on the weekend of the 13th and 14th. That will be The Hogfather, if you're not familiar. Is another Christmas tale with a spin on it. And along with all of that, we also have... Oh, wow. We also have our sub wreath that I have been working on throughout the week. And I will show you guys a little reminder of that. So over here is where we will be collecting all of the subs from this month. So if you are giving yourself the gift of a sub to my channel, or the gift of a sub to the channel to somebody else, everyone who gets one... Thank you, baby! Everyone who gets one will end up with a blobble on our wreath that is custom made to represent them and their contribution. On top of that, their names will also be going on a piece of paper that'll get folded into a lucky star and put into an actual ornament that I will be hanging on my tree this year, as thanks for the people who have been supportive of me. Hopefully, that will be all finished up by the time we start our stream next week. There will not be any Deltarune stream on Sunday this week, because we still need to work out what went wrong with Parsec to be able to trade controllers back and forth with Rosie. So once we have that figured out, we'll continue with things. But right now, we're just going to focus on what we can fix and what we do have control over. Oh, yeah. Oh!
Rilla Lucy just subscribed for 1 month. Snakeo Flavafire gifted a tier 1 sub to Rilla Lucy.
Snake, that was so generous! Thank you! I will definitely be making a list of all of the people who are going to be getting ornaments both for giving and for receiving. But I will update you guys on that more next week. Instead, I hope you guys are excited because I'm going to throw you over at somebody new. I don't think we've raided out to Red before. Maybe we have a while ago, but it's been a hot minute. So Red is also a 3D modeler. He is currently working on an anthropomorphic whale shark, which looks really fucking cool. And he does the sculpting method. So what I was doing back when I was working on the Glamrock Freddy, that's what he is currently in the middle of. So if you've been interested in learning how to do stuff like that, this is a really good opportunity. Red's really awesome. And he'll, just like me, he'll answer whatever stupid questions you think of. Don't worry about wording it good. Last time I was there, Todd embarrassed the shit out of me because I didn't know how to ask how to do what he was doing. So I just panically asked, how do that thing? But he was very kind and very open to answering any questions that I have. He's a big sweetheart. More of a teddy bear than a grizzly bear. Let's get our raid message to go with this. So you can copy and paste that when you get there if you want. There is no obligation to, but do be sure to bring some compliments, bring something to put a smile on their face. All right, I will see you guys again very soon, hopefully tomorrow for those of you in the Discord. If you are not in the Discord, I will see you again on Tuesday. I love you all so much. Thank you for being here with me. Have a wonderful weekend. Goodbye.